And we are live! Hi, everybody! V, good to see you, glad to have you. Ray's, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. How's my audio? How's everything looking good? Lady, good to see you, glad to have you. Howdy. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Sure, everything's plugged in. Sounds good. Okay, cool. How are y'all? I'm gonna go ahead, and I believe I only have a couple levels done ready for Heavensward Paladin, but we'll go ahead and get started here pretty right away, because I know 5.1 through 0.3 can be a bit of a lot to do. Now, to be fair, we're only doing 0.1 today, but you know, still may take a second and a half. Good, Raven. Antibiotics can definitely help with that. Reminder, no spoilers. No spoilers would mean anything from any Endwalker. For anything from Endwalker, or anything that past the point we are at, or any major reveals for any expansion. Just use your, your reason. If you wouldn't have wanted it spoiled for you, then don't spoil it for others. Obviously, for instance, who the Exarch is at this point is a little moot, seeing as you will be seeing them readily throughout every patch, but the general gist. Oh, I need to teleport back to the Chamber of Rule. And reminder, if you haven't done the Hatching Tide event, you definitely should, as the Frighten emote and the Tomberry outfit are hilarious and wonderful things. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. And look, it's Laffy. Yeah, I hope you are having a great day too, Deathberry. I am still a bit of a roller coaster, honestly. Started watching the beginning of this series. Hard to believe we started with delivering crops. Yeah, it's definitely, we've come a long way, right, lady? And the beginning of this year, oh man, it's almost been a year. Coming up on May, it'll have been a year. Oh man, it's crazy to think. Honestly, Eorzean Archives is coming up on a year too. It's crazy to think that I don't think I started this until our second year, right? Because I started around May for our first year, May or June. It's funny to think that I was making videos for almost a year, because we're coming up on our second year now, and man, that year must have flew by. We live in troubling times, Elio, as you well know. This is why it is more important than ever that the Sultan's Sworn stand ready to serve as the sword and shield of the Sultanate. For a time, I feared that our order was doomed, but then you helped us to restore our good name. For your shining example inspired many young men and women to seek us out. Even as we speak, they train to hone their skills. Few words of encouragement from the famed Free Paladin himself would do much to motivate them further, I should think. Perhaps you would consider paying them a visit at Camp Blue Fog? Yeah, started the MSQ stream May 18th. But when did our first video come out, Ray? That's also May, isn't it? May of the prior year. Before I hit touch that real quick, one of the things I want to point out is I'm a little sad we kind of do. We do get an attack with Dalamud and Eorzean that is a Talon attack, to be fair. But Dalamud's talons, these are supposedly named after the dog, the buddy boy of Menfina. And these are supposed to have been onto like his claws themselves, which I guess, isn't that inaccurate. It's also the coloring is obviously a bit different because, the astral orange as opposed to the ice and blue. A pleasure to meet you, Elio. My name's Owen. At the moment, Phyllis and I are conducting drills with the new recruits at the East Watchtower. Wait, didn't we... Am I crazy? I feel like we talked to Owen when we came to Blue Fog during MSQ. They'll be thrilled to see you, I'm sure. Maybe I'm just remembering playing this in the past.
Since we all knew you're a man of few words, I thought we might forego the speech and instead ask you to favor us with a display of swordsmanship. We've laid out bait for the basilisks already, in fact. You need only wait for them to come. I must just remember playing this.
June 2021. Okay. So almost a year. Basically 11 months. It was 11 months before we started really streaming this. The name Owen? Well, Owen definitely comes up at least one other time, I know for sure. Oh, that's cool. The proximity clap. Wait, I wonder. Owen comes up as a reference to Final Fantasy III later on in the MSQ. Nope, just the one time. Nope, they're not basking in my shining resplendence.
Truly a rousing performance, Elio. Thank you. It's one thing to talk about proper technique, but an altogether different thing to see it firsthand. I think it's safe to say that the recruits will long remember this day, as will I.
No more claps for you. Hard to believe a little over a year ago I was still humming and hawing about playing this game, and now it's taken over my life. I mean, well, out of curiosity, you know, one, what changed, but also why were you pushing back against it in the first place? I know that I struggled to get into it at the first. So, like, not to say that I'm not even sympathetic, but, I'm curious about other people's journeys.
Welcome, Elio. I gather the recruits took your lesson to heart. Would that I had some way to repay you, some knowledge or technique to bequeath to you. I am humbled to admit that there is nothing I can teach you. All I can offer you is my heartfelt thanks. Pray, go forth, my friend, and continue to defend the people of Ul'dah and Eorzean at large.
Begging your pardon, Elio.
Oh, begging your pardon, Elio. We need to talk, but not here. At the dispatch yard outside the city.
Oh my god, I'm so used to doing the dwarves now. I can't not see a Lalafell and not give them the accent. Jesus.
Not out here. Did I give Papa Shan a Lola voice or a high voice?
Maybe Lady, do you know?
Well, we didn't start in Ul'dah, but I don't know if you do.
It's been so long since I've had to voice him. I had a bad experience with WoW, and it was definitely the story that got me, yeah, and my chocobo. I love my lad Daffodil. Took me a while to join the game. I was hesitant to try, but now I spend most of my days in the game. Yeah, it's crazy how things can change, right? 2.x kills me. As in, like, the narrative? Like, because, like, it hooked you because it was so good, or... Turn off display. There we go. Just goes on and on forever. I mean, it's not that many quests longer than the other patch content. Did you not like it? I'd be curious because it's not that much longer than, and in some ways it's actually shorter than some. There's less voice acting. Like 2.1 doesn't have any voice acting. The sass beats. Thank you for coming here, Elio. You must be wondering why I called you here. Well, here, let's flip the coin. It concerns Zolxagil. As you may recall... Oh, stop that. As you may recall, he continues to search for Oathkeeper, the sword stolen for us by the Monitorist minions. From time to time, he sends me missives, sharing with me his latest discoveries. His most recent one contained a startling claim. He wrote that he had found the sword at long last. But that was some time ago, and he has not contacted me since. I would not trouble Genlands with this news, not until I learn what has become of Zolxagil, at the very least. Will you help me find him? Indeed I will. I knew I could count on you, Elio. For now, all I know is that his last missive came to me by way of Ishgard. Once I learn more, we can begin the search in earnest. I don't know why it gets me, I really don't. It just does. I mean, that's understandable. Like, look, I can't, like, deny your experience, right? I'd just be curious why 2.x any more than the others. And I would suspect, I wonder how much voice acting is a part of that. Because there's still not a lot of... Again, it's crazy that 2.1 doesn't have any, as far as I recall. Which, I guess, is, if I remember because of how 2.2 had to be pushed, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, even then. I mean, the thing is going back through, I mean, I remember wanting to get to Heavensward. I remember wanting to get to Shadowbringers and that. So, like, I can understand that, too, if you're looking forward to what comes next. But it's 2.x is also so important. And I think where the game's storytelling starts to actually get really good. Like, I think ARR is a really good foundation, but I don't know how great I would consider its story. I mean, maybe my problem is I just see it as pretty standard, pretty stereotypical JRPG fare, which at this point I've played enough of to, like, not find it super engaging. Ah, just the man I was hoping to see. I now know from where Zolxagil is. I now know from where Zolxagil sent his last missive to me. Falcon's Nest, a hamlet in Kurthis, Western Highlands. It is there I would have you begin your search. Reclaiming Oathkeeper would do much to restore the honor of the Sultansworn, but we must not get ahead of ourselves. First, we must find our missing man. Bum ba da bum 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 ba dum. When did you notice it was starting to lag for you, Tracy? Because it was like 2.1 I can understand, but that's still early on. 2.2 you've got what, Leviathan? 2.3 you've got Ramu. 2.4 you've got Shiva. 2.5 you've got like the plus you have everything going on with Brita. I think AR patch kind of lag for me was one, Heavensward was hyped up to me, and I love the Knights and Dragons aesthetic. Yeah, that would. I really wanted to get started with Machinist. Yeah, those are definitely like if you have things you're looking forward to, it makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Sarah, good to see you. Glad to have you.
A Rogadin paladin. Well, I do recall a traveler who spent several days here at least. There was a pitched battle the other night, out in the wastes, involved a rather large man and a party of his fellow heretics. To hear the scouts tell it, naturally, we chose not to intervene. If they wish to kill each other, by all means.
Brian, good to see you, glad to have you. Doing okay, well, honestly, having a bit of a rough go of it. But, so if my energy's a bit lagging, I apologize. But hopefully everybody else is doing good. I know Raven's feeling better from their cough, at least somewhat. Everybody else seems to be doing okay.
Zolxagil, never heard of him. Was he the one of the new craftsmen working with 100 eyes? Sorry, we see an awful lot of new faces around here. Most don't leave an impression, other than the heretics and bandits, that is.
Heard you was asking after a Rogadin in a fashion that might give man a cause to worry. Aye, I know Zolxagil. New, I should say. Older fellow spent some time chatting with the young blood. Came through like the rest of us before him, looking for the same thing we all do. Bandits ambushed him in the night out in the wastes. Buried him with my own two hands the next day, out near Camp Riversmeet. Constant took it especially hard, close as he was to him.
Laura, good to see you, glad to have you. Thanks, Raven. Sadly, it's not just a day thing. It's, you know, biochemical, mental health. You know, sometimes there's just waves and patterns. Sometimes it just takes a couple days before it passes. But I appreciate the well wishes that do. Want me to flame more cookies? You always, Raven. I'm craving for exam right now and using this as a background noise. Probably not a good idea, but who cares? Do we just like stop? Should I just stop talking and we just like only listen to the natural sounds of the wastes? Oh, right, I can fly. Decoy, good to you, glad to have you. And yeah, I think we, yeah, lo-fi. Well, honestly, I'd have to like turn up the like reverb and deepen the bass, go full force. Gotta be good gay ASMR running flying through the various maps of 14. Yeah, I remember when the first when Endwalker first came out and map 4 of Endwalker, I got there. One of the first things I did was I took a hour-long footage of our star from a vantage on that map, and then put the music for that map to the back of it, but it immediately got copyright cut. But like, it was just supposed to be like a lo-fi, like, you know, hour-long Mare theme on loop. Which is such a good musical theme.
Halone's blessing be upon you, sir. I say that was a rather frightful experience. Were you a friend of Soxgil too? Ah, good. That is to say, my condolences. I knew there had to be others who would want to know. 'Twas the work of Death's Embrace, I'd wager. Those fiends you slew just now were sent by them as well. My kinsmen think them but another band of sellswords or heretics. If only they knew what they were truly capable of. I can only hope that they will heed my warnings this time, if you would excuse me.
Oblivion, good to see you, glad to have you. The existence of that map exists in press materials. But yes. You don't want to get banned from your own stream. Oh no, I canceled myself.
Elio, this is Papa Shan. Have you found Soxgil?
Well, I've been found that he's dead.
Gods almighty, slain by Death's Embrace. I heard some of those bastards were skulking about, but I never thought they would try to... Wait, could it be that they were the ones who held Oathkeeper, and that they killed Soxgil when he tried to take it back? Damn it all, we still no answers. There's still the boy, though. Get after him and find out what he knows.
Amira, good to see you, glad to have you. Meowza, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh, it's good to have you guys in. Oh, Yukio's not here, but... Okay, am I crazy? I know Elzins are like more rectangular, so it's gonna look a little bit less blocky, but I don't know. I feel like it's a good look. Like, yeah, it's a little bit thick in the legs, but it's a little bit, you got the pauldrons to give some heft, but it's, I don't know. It's very classic, you know? Well, Elzen Supremacy, yeah. Thank you, YouTube, for just telling me that Elio is live while I'm watching him. Oh, yeah, YouTube's not great at that. I roleplayed my paladin being hit pretty hard by this news. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Soxgil would have been your mentor, would have hit hard. Death looks good on Elzen, yeah. I mean, that makes sense, right, though, because a lot of times Elzen, like, thins out the glam because of, like, being more lanky, so it would push back against Yukio, against, like, the blockiness that Yukio was talking about. We look good in everything. The Elzen vertical superiority helps them with a lot of aesthetics, I think. Meows, I think you're right, as we found with most of the job glam, especially things like Samurai, and, yeah, it's been, a lot of the job glam has looked real good on them. We should definitely, like, we should do, like, a tier rating list of all the job clams. Although I feel like we did that a long time ago. Anyways, but the, even just within each bracket, like, which is the best paladin, which is the best, you know, dark knight. I feel like it would probably either go to ball or, like, some of the most recent ones have been real fire.
A pleasure to see you again, sir. Was there something you wish to discuss?
I mean, its armor is going to be somewhat chunk, but balance out. Yeah. I mean, like, that's kind of the thing. And I feel like the thing is, if you make everything, and maybe this is just because of my background in material science and materials, is like, there's a point at which you make metal plate, but you basically make it as flexible as cloth. And that just like, it's not that it breaks immersion, but that is like, it's, if you treat that as its own aesthetic, it has a value, but it's like, I don't want everything to be that, you know? Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you.
Oh, so you're the free paladin Soxagil told me about. It's an honor to meet you at last, Elio. That is, for the second time. My name is Constant. Truly honored, sir. Truly, truly honored. Sorry if I'm a bit out of sorts. It's just, I've been thinking about him a lot. About the day we first met, when he saved me. How his sword gleamed as he danced among the wolves. I begged him to teach me the ways of the paladin so I could save others like he had saved me. He must have turned me down a dozen times before he finally relented. Probably because he caught me asking around about Oathkeeper. But I suppose he didn't think I was strong enough to help him reclaim the sword. Why else would he sneak off to challenge Death Embrace while I was away? I should have been there, Elio. I should have been there! I've decided I'm going to take it back. Oathkeeper, I mean. He said I wasn't ready to wield this soul, but what choice do I have now that he's gone? You wanted to find it too, don't you? Then help me, Elio.
Please. Constant is kind of a good example. You have to have a fundamental, like, understanding of, like, basic principles in order to take advantage of a soul, right? So, one of the reasons that, like, you could be not worthy is not just, like, in a amorphous sense, but literally you just don't have the aptitude to use it yet.
You will? Holone be praised. You won't regret this. Oh, if Soxagil could see us now. Two paladins united in purpose. Well, no, I suppose it's rather premature for me to claim the title, isn't it? One veteran paladin and one aspiring paladin, then. United in purpose. We shall recover Oathkeeper and bring Soxagil's murderers to justice. As soon as I recover new information, that is.
My poor little Auri suffers bad geek here always, yeah. Hey, if you think about it, you would want a lot of protection under the legs, give your legs taken out from under you, and you are done for, yeah. No, I mean, like, the thing is that real-world plate is pretty flexible and doesn't come off in huge chunks, typically. Like, you want to be mobile. But, like, you know, I don't think any about this is particularly chunk. Other than, again, the pauldrons, which real-world pauldrons usually don't go for, like, huge like this. But this is, I feel like, this is, if you think about it at the time that these would have been made, circa, like, early 20-teens, this is almost a play on, like, being the minimalist versus WoW design. Okay. We're coming up on time, so we're going to go ahead and start doing the MSQ. Don't forget, we will have a dungeon today if you wish to join for it. I will let V, I don't know if you're logged in and you're hanging out at the tree, but if you want to figure out people for dungeon, feel free to come with that. It's funny because I hated the Warglam so much when I first got it, but Arbor rocked it. Yeah, Oblivion, it's interesting. I didn't fall in love with it. I mean, it's not just that Arbor made me fall in love with it. It is more that Arbor made me fall in love with it, and the general design of the game made me appreciate more bulky, asymmetrical design in general. I think it's both things, right? The same way that, I mean, like, the reason that I do love, oh my god, what is it called? Bravura, right, is definitely part of that. My favorite is the Endwalker. I like the worn but steadfast feel of it. Yeah, for Paladin Lady, because the Paladin one in Endwalker beats all the others, I think, hand down. When it's done wrong, you end up with female metal bikini with boob window, yeah. 100% artbook looks great in it. Yeah, level 60 tome fending armor. Dude, the, like, oh, I'm forgetting her name. It starts with an H. Dragoon Quest. FFXIV. Eorzean. Houston's just like in her entire midsection just open to the world. Where's the big guy getting these souls? I assumed we got his old one, but where did this one? We don't get his old one. We get ours from Genlin's. Because Genlin's makes us give us his, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, that's what happens. And then we're granted one. Whereas I believe, oh my god. I literally, not Christian. Clement, not Clement, oh my god. Constantine. His was, I believe, Solxagil's. Also, there are quite a few in existence. Soulstones, I mean, yeah. Sure, meet at 3 increased army if you want to dive. Thanks, V. For Paladin, yeah, definitely. Paladin and Endwalker 1 just rocks all the other ones out of the water, no question. Is the Paladin armor and Endwalker the title armor? Yes, pretty sure. I know that it's Lightbringer for the sword. But yes, all the classes tanks is one where it makes the most sense to wear bigger, bulkier armor, very little skin showing. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I would say, I don't know all the jobs that well. I think that I know the tanks better than all. I think the Paladin is the armor where Endwalker's is the most way above all the other ones that come before it. Because there are a lot of good Dark Knight armors, like even the Shadowbringer's Dark Knight armor is really good. The Gunbreaker Endwalker armor is real fire. The Warrior one is real good. It's interesting how some of the armors, a lot of the armors for Endwalker feel like they are re-renditions of, like, the first version of the armor. Of each armor. You know. Shall we get going? Shall we start the MSQ? It's been a while. We've been doing Eden and all that jazz. And we will finish off Eden when we get to 5.3. Gunbreaker and Walker armor was great. Yeah, it was my main glam for a long while. I love coats like that. It's so good. Chef's kiss. No notes. And it even dies really well. Ah, yes. Ray Ray just posted out her Final Fantasy XIV archive for Hatching Tide. So if you haven't done it, or if you ever want to check it up again, don't forget to go to our Eorzean Plus channel. Or if you've missed any recent events, like Little Ladies Day, or anything from the past base, almost approaching a year now, right? Like 6 months, probably, Ray Ray. We've been archiving them permanently because a lot of people don't do that work, and not without, you know, talking over it or stuff like that. And a lot of events in the past are just not really, you know, archived well. We tried to do also a video on each event as well, to give like a general overview, but this way, at least in the future, whoever gets to experience it will know what it was like in specific. Every event since last August, yeah. Can't wait to see 5.3 again, yeah. I've since moved on to a more plate mail style thing, mixed grilled liquors, radiant armor, yeah. Oh, Elio, gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. Frankly, more than my fill, though I haven't taken that much time to sleep. Well, you certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet the helpers I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean alliances throughout, though. They say that fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empire shows no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First? Great. Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamine to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. Well, meet you at the terrace at the House of Splendors. Because I didn't fall in love with 2.0 until later, I think this moment didn't hit as hard, and I forgot that we actually have this moment. It's not just the side quest. No! Aenor and Hori are all missing! What's the point? Well, at least there's Elian and Isildur. Sorry, Isildur. I always just say Isildur. Oh, our war of subterfuge is moving along well enough, but we often find ourselves waiting for Thancred and Elfino's expertise. We wish they'd hurry up and get their arses back over here. I don't even know what accent that was for a second. Now that I think of it, Endwalker Paladin does share a similar color scheme with AR Paladin, just less shiny. I mean, yeah, it's blue, white, platinum. Interesting that 5.1 starts where 5.3 ends. I mean, appropriate, but interesting.
Elio, my, it has been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? I have some news for you. Thank you. Words cannot well express how I have longed to know more of the First. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle. This girl who Thancred named Reen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Elio, might I ask a favor of you? When next you return to the First, to tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. And I would offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her to the end.
Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Real, I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper.
I wish. Nay, I'd not had a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while now too. Too bloody long. On account of which I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can get a signal to him for closer up. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with that.
But what if they catch you? There must be another way.
Well, it ain't as if we can ask. Thancred to do it. Besides, I should have had no trouble picking up me way through Grimlet now. The fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here to twiddle me thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now, I'd best be... Ah, I nearly forgot. Kryle's at the stones, and she wants a word. Nothing to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. Jesus. I don't know why I'm struggling with real today.
We had best head back then. I'm sure it's important.
Her late 30s.
Yeah, she's only in her late 30s. The reason is because my impression about like why she's given like frumpy clothing and stuff is because her being Minfilia's adoptive mother. I don't think that you want to see her as so much of a compeer. I think they want to code her as looking a little bit older. I mean, the white glasses certainly don't help in giving her the spectacles. But like her going from like the songstress of Ul'dah, who was like more lively than almost any of the Scions, and making her fill a very different role, I think is why they like, you know, ended up making her a lot more like this. I have a question. Did the heroes that fought the primals before have the echo? Some, not all. Like, many of the company of, like, for many people, the way that they used to fight the primals when they didn't have people with the echo was they literally would just send waves, human waves at them over and over and over again until they won. So, like, you'd basically create, like, with the company of heroes, you'd, like, do things like you'd create a group of, like, 6 waves of people to attack the primal. You'd send the first one, and most of them would either die or get tempered. Then you send in the second wave to kill those guys and try to kill the primal, and then you'd send in the third wave. Like, before the echo, there were not a lot of ways to handle primals, other than sheer manpower. Stormblood Alchemist quest made me fall in love with Flamine. Yeah. Well, if you don't know, that's actually a continuation and a follow-up of what happened in the 1.0 with her lover. Lots of hoping for the best back then, it seems. Yeah, back then, it seems. Yeah, very much so. Makes sense. I think it's part of I have an adoptive daughter that's not much younger than me, and I'm retired. That leads me to feeling of her being older than she is. Yeah, 100%, V. I mean, doesn't Stormblood establish that it's possible for people with the Echo to shield people from tempering? It establishes that the method by which Lakshmi attempts to temper people with their orbs could be blocked by someone with the Echo. However, for instance, with Ifrit and the blue wave of fire it uses, or for instance, a later example I cannot use, it is there are more methods than one for tempering to be used. So while that works for Lakshmi, and while that may work under certain contexts, it doesn't work under every context. because the method by which tempering can be spread, by that etheric, channeling can be spread is variable. Like, think that fire wave that spreads out during ARR when you get to Ifrit the first time. Now, could you ask, is it? Oh, sorry, give me a second. Are there many more primals where that would be applicable? Maybe. But the only one we can for sure establish where it worked was that example with Lakshmi. And there are a couple I can 100% be sure there would be no way to block. No feasible way to block, at least being an individual. A certain Aeon, let's say. Oh, it seems she's examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad. Yeah, you and maybe many others, lady.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Eorzean. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Leave it to me. I've got this.
Thank you.
But where's he even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I, for one, am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer.
I love the character detail of paying attention to which characters drop the tribal letter. Like, Matoya calling Y'shtola Shtola and her calling Graha Raha. Love it.
There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the first and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
So we got incredibly lucky the primal summon Alamigo just happened to be... Yeah. I mean, you could attribute that to a couple other things, like both Lakshmi in specific, and then also her being relatively recently summoned, any number of things. This part scared the heck out of me. Yeah, I thought they were all going to die. Yeah, well, I can't touch on it because I think it's 5.2 or 5.3 that we actually get to see their bodies, but... I mean, I never really thought they were gonna die, but that we might lose certain people, or that, you know, I was never... I mean, he comes so far and it's not even, and in the end, to not have it even matter. I don't know. Keelhaul, good to see you, glad to have you.
Ah, Elio, you're returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course, it wasn't. Go on.
Everybody's bodies are dying.
The corporeal aether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told.
Yeah, it's interesting. To me, like, the Gestalt thing never subtracted because, like, that was a specific case. But, like, in general, I would have been surprised if that was the case. But, like, I don't know. For me, especially, there's only 2 examples, and the one example is everyone disappearing in the introduction of Flow, and the other is, like, pretty clearly immediately explained. So, yeah. But I know for different people it works different amounts. Simon, good to see you. Glad to have you. I don't know that deaths have to be satisfying, though. Sometimes I think, like, loss is more poignant when it's not cathartic.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh! What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
All the people who crushed on the Warrior of Light now fighting. Damn, good to glad to have
If
you.
the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
Interesting that the Matoya theme plays.
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
In MSQ, yes. In game, no.
Belief would be too much to ask even of our friend.
It's also brought up in the EE
Yet,
one.
were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Eorzean would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
Oh my god, there's a lore note I need to explain here. It's very silly.
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Everyone laughing about Ali say. Put signs in your pocket. Is it the first time the rule? Yeah. So do you mean the rule about teleporting with items and objects? That concept is brought up in general in EE1 and is alluded to in some side quest texts. I'm trying to remember where. But in the MSQ, the specificity of a material objects isn't very well communicated, though it is like explicitly stated. However, it is kind of alluded to with the difference between clothing and personal objects. And about teleportation in general, and about why in E1 it's more about why people don't teleport with cargo, and why the difficulties of that, but that you can. I'd love to see her bullish still. FF14 Pokemon Alphino, go! Does follow the teleport for free ever get explained? Or is that just a gameplay thing? That's mostly just a gameplay thing. As far as I can think of, non-gameplay wise, there's no real explanation of it. You could try to pitch it somehow we're following their ethereal trail, or I don't know. You could come up with a bullshit explanation, but it's a gameplay thing. Yeah, they've been using pans, rotates, tilts, you know, all that stuff for quite a bit now. Definitely they evolved, and you see much more dynamic camera movement throughout the MSQ. Okay, so one thing that's going to get explained real quick here. He's going to make a comment about the source, on the far shore of the source. What he's talking about is the waters in Lakeland are called the source. And in Japanese, it would be something more like the source waters or the font, like, or the fountainhead or something like that. But in English, they just localized it as the source, which was such a bad choice for English because the source is, you know, the source that we're from. So it's very confusing. If only you really could just believe in the heart of the cards, you could solve this with a group hug. That's not confusing at all. No. And I remember the first time you know what we haven't done? Let's do this for 5.1. Trailer. I know that you did this at one point, but let's go ahead and do this again. We're gonna watch the trailer real quick because this is like the opening comment on the trailer. Or like one of them.
On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. It is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
So that was the MSQ. This is when they introduced pixies. Guardian Restoration.
Everything we told you
extreme.
Of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. Were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrand would still be awash with light. The realm yet at the mercy of 4-3 and the Sin Eaters.
We must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward.
Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
God, it never stops being a bomb.
Given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls. gift of yours. I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it.
What a good trailer. What a good trailer. Ugh. Love that we got at least one prompt to hug someone in the cutscene. There is a hug in the cutscene for Little Lady's Day from like 2014 or 15. There was a hug between a Lalafell father and his daughter. That I remember. I noticed that in the recent working on that. There's one canon cutscene hug at least. Yeah, I just need to give Alala's apple crate to carry around. Yes, there's the one between Minfilia and Flamine. Lala's apple crates to carry around, problem solved. Like if Reen hugging made me so mad. Remember, careful. Oh right, they introduced well, earlier with the naming. Yeah, I mean, yeah, different ways of expressing. Right, they introduced Ansa Hakar the patch. Yeah, for PvP. This tomb is just brilliant. Yeah, I love the way they suggest Nier's crossing over into the MSQ. Yeah, they like with the way the amount that it's in that trailer for sure. But we never get to hug someone. Yeah, that would be such a pain in the ass to animate between all the different races. And also, to be fair, like, you know, forcibly making your Warrior of Light hug someone also, I think I could imagine someone finding that, like, not, like, disconnected from, like, the way they would want to touch someone. But...
The Grand Cosmos, that is the place we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source, and will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white orisite. By thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Numo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of it, of a suitable vessel, ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you meet in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception.
Infinite, good to see, glad to have you. And no, yeah, your Eureka Orthos runs take a bit. But luckily, you can always go back and watch. Yes, very subtle hints. Well, I mean, just think about the amount that Mist of the Realm has shown up in trailers compared to Nier. Like, it makes a big, you know, the music obviously makes a big showcase, but I feel like the visuals are fewer and more far between. But maybe we'll compare them when we get to the 6.x series. It is really interesting how they, like, when they want to obfuscate information of different kinds. And they'll, like, go to lengths to, use other footage that seems almost more like, that's crazy that they're showing us this. What the frick are they hiding? Music. Fiddles. Music? Fiddles intensify. Yeah. Oh my god. Guys, I want to finish up some of the projects I'm working on so bad right now. I want to work on In the Balance and, Moonlight for Lyrical Lore because those songs are such a bop. Fair. I was thinking it could be like an option, like a dialogue. Yeah, no, that's a good, no, absolutely. Although, you know, you think about, well, I can imagine it'd be hard, like, if you spend that amount of time on one dialogue option, right? But I mean, that'd be worth it. I'd say it'd be worth it, you know? But I understand why it's not a priority. But yeah, that's a really good point. Just why not make it an option? I mean, I guess the reason is because it takes, you'd have, think about, like, okay, you go to hug Raha, but they'd have to animate it for him leaning down for Lalafell, for Elzen, Roganet, for, like, every version, right? I can understand why that would be a major pain. But I understand it'd be a massive pain to animate, but the amount of time I wanted to hug Alisaie makes me sad. Yeah, definitely. Musicu, stato. It would be worth it, damn it. Now, V, are you saying that because you feel that way about hugs, or you feel that way about Graha? I remember how they spoiled both Train and Kafka in 4.2 trailer. I guess I wouldn't say, yeah, I guess to me, I wouldn't see the, like, intra-raid bosses as spoilers. Because they've done the same for many of the other bosses as well, but to each their own. I mean, like, if you want to go completely blind, yeah, don't watch the trailers at all. But I would say, like, the second form of a Savage final boss, I would see, like, more of a spoiler. Or, like, even sometimes the final boss. But even then, you know. Machinist main, I need cannon hugs. You're the one who used Gra as an example. That's true. It's on me. This is my fault. But yes. A little from column A, a little from column B. I just need cannon hugs. Now I understand your joke, Tam. I was confused for a second. It's where, like, at least half the Scions have a point where they really need a hug. I mean, if you're with people long enough, how many people do you know who have never needed a hug in their life? I suspect not many.
As I told you before, I scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no less different, which is why I propose... we march through the main gates, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but we're not here to petition for assistance. You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the rights of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there's little we can say or do to convince them to help us, if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interests, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Don't look at me. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all, rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Elio is around. What exactly are you implying? He averted a calamity of light, which seemed destined to consume him as... He averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume him has been extinguished. 'Tis only natural that we be pleased to see him. Yes, well, he will have plenty of time to celebrate his good health after we've finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the place.
Did he ever mention in voice the line about across the source? I don't think he did. I think he only mentioned it in text. Unless I just totally forgot it already. Was that audio in the in the trailer? We got Raven, Josh, and Laffy. Awesome. I need a hug right now. Oh, Infinite, I'm sorry. I came into the gameplay blind. It was so fun. I went back and watched all the trailers after and surprise, cried. Yeah. And I mean, hey, engage with them whatever way you want, right? I have never found I have been disappointed in watching the trailers first for 14 specifically. Sometimes there are things where I have, but in 14, it's definitely been, I've been pretty much universally been more excited and then loved to see how it all came together. And that the most major things were not revealed. I mean, I remember when the Endwalker trailer came out, I'm like, wait, if they're showing us this, what the hell are they hiding? And boy, were they. Wouldn't the cannon hug be more like one of those glomp thingies? I'm not sure why. I mean, because there is literally a hug emote, so I don't know that I necessarily would think it'd be a glomp. Especially not from like the Warrior Light or many of the other related characters. Some maybe. 2 days after Wild Legion came out, they released a trailer on WoW Facebook showing a cinematic with a character dying, and I was like, what? Why? I stopped trusting all trailers after that. Yeah, I mean, fair. I tend to go company by company. Yeah, I mean, BioWare had enough issues animating the height differences in Dragon Age Inquisition and MMOs are a different kettle of fish than single-player games. Yeah. I love that scene. Yeah. So V, do you like it when it's playing with the ways in which, like, the Raha and Alice kind of, like, soft crush on XR, or on Warrior of Light and they play with it? Is there an aura sight in your pocket, or you just have to see? Oh, Josh is a little short on time. Yeah. Well, we can go ahead and go in then. Oh. Wait, we lost 2 people. Are we missing someone? Oh, Josh left. Okay. I'll just grab you then, V. Cool. Let's do a raid check. I'm assuming V will be our healer, but we'll see. A little too defensive there, guys. Yeah, using Gra as an example for a huge portion of this community is like using cheese for a mouse. Yeah, that's fair, Blingster. Good to see you. Glad to have you, bud. Thanks, V. Is this form for Beck Lug? Is it a reference to tactic? What is it a reference to? I know, or is it Tactics Advance? I remember this, but I can't remember what specifically. If someone knows, let me know. Maybe it's 11? Let's get him. Should you value your lives, you will cleanse this place at once. Now be gone with you! Bring on to them a swift demise. God, I always forget how much the Dark Knights, like, GCDs and OGCs clip way harsher than, like, the Paladins. I forgot, I didn't realize that the Grand Cosmos' theme is a rendition of, like, that battle, yeah, field battle theme for... Look how they make a mess of my floors. Swish and flick, my lovelies. Swish and flick. Swish, swish, swisharoo. Napster kicks a swisharoo. I call forth blades to run them through. Brave knights of Eld, tried and true. Oh, sorry, I see them on you. If you insist on making a mess of my palace, then you leave me no choice. Oh boy. Immortal and Nathma. Come, my lovelies, there's filth for that wants for your cleaning. Crow, oot, swish, swisharoo! Oh. It's interesting having the dungeon so early on in the MSQ.
Such pernicious stains you are. No matter. Scimitar, swish, swisharoo.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that mechanic. It's much bigger than I think it's gonna be. I'm sorry that I'm eating Volt Sacks like Candy Bee.
Ugh, insufferable, the lot of you. I will spare you, but only this once. Now leave me be. Still you press onwards? How foolish. With wings of dreams, I bar thy path.
Porksies!
I conjure forth Guardian's wrath!
I can't believe he's rhyming.
Hold them fast with thorn in thine! To death's embrace, their souls consign!
I can't remember the last time I did Grand Cosmos.
The end, Sith! These Krens have sullied the sanctity of your garden! They must be dealt with!
Come then, little ones. Let me show you the delights of my garden.
Pretty bare for a garden.
The time has come to play, my children. Hearken to my melody.
Tank buster, don't tank buster, don't tank buster. I got greedy.
Grow, my children, grow! Show them the glory of your splendor. I shall bloom again.
The garden is ruined! Ruined! Mark my words, you will pay for this. I summon thee from flesh of stone!
That's interesting. It looks kind of like, well, kind of like the 16 Bahamut that they showed off.
With wings of dreams to grind their bones! Why do you persist? Why will you not leave me be? Knights immortal, heed my call! Seize the intruders who besmirch thy hall!
The chivalric spirit shall prevail this day. We must drive them out.
Is that a certain health that he gets summoned? Yeah, okay.
Taste mine axe!
Personally, I prefer vanilla.
And by King's judgment, see them fall!
Begone with you!
In case you were worried that Vobert wasn't discarded enough.
I see you cannot be dissuaded from your misguided path. A pity.
That doesn't at all remind me of a specific place in Disney World.
You've sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus, our guest yet want for company.
Flames abound. From soiled ground, I summon forth the flameful hound.
Insatiable flame, Lucas. Remember, fire's bad.
Go, Lugus, turn them dash. I care not how. Yet set them alight with your undying flames. Burn bright until they are naught but cinders.
Don't be in line with each other. He's gonna... The number of swords you have is the... Oh, no. I fucked that up. No, we're going slow on DPS too, so that's okay. Oh, we're good. Okay, don't stand next to it then. Stand close to V, please, if you're on fire. Okay. Good to know. That was my bad for getting 3 of the things set on fire. It's been a long time since I've done this. You can keep deep, yeah. You have time to get out of the cones. You can keep DPSing it. No, just keep DPSing. Keep just focus them down. If there's a mechanic like that and the health's that low, it's okay to just like keep going on them. Good job, guys. No, the reason that the DPS died was on me because I accidentally got 3 of the things set on fire. Demands! Good to see you, glad to have you. Let me catch up. Would they trust lease with moderator? What? Looks vague, even though I've never played tag, this would need dungeon, which they have books lying around you could read or something. Yeah, on Vote, Verber, yeah. If we had a YouTube channel, do you think Graho would be a chat moderator or have a membership? Yes. Make multiple separate accounts to buy multiple memberships. I think all the signs would be moderators for sure. No, because some of the signs wouldn't give a shit about being moderator. You know, like some of them wouldn't want that. They wouldn't care. Hermitoya. Y'shtola? Yeah. Would they trust Lise with moderator? Why wouldn't you? You know, Lise isn't a Scion anymore. Does Lise ever meet Graha? Well, up to this point, no. The rune's text is always backwards. Oh! There's only one time I think it may happen. It's a spoiler share for stream, but yeah. MSQ. There is an MSQ example. After the floor boss, Alfino says, we could use its petals for tea. Alistair replied, why are you this way? That's amazing. I understand why my brother's aversion to water. Alfie, not another word. Instructions unclear, set my toaster on fire. We have Karazhan at home. The Karazhan at home. There's a few 14 dungeons that feel very inspired by Karazhan. I think it was inspired by 14 full circle. I mean, I feel like this is more just to do with Japanese obsession with French architecture. I'm just looking at Karazhan. I don't think I ever ran it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, they're both like castles and insides. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's just pretty typical. Because like this is very French, you know. Oh, it's more the Ghost Skull Ballroom. Oh, I would see. I was thinking more of Disney when I look at that, but maybe. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They all played it, right? I mean, so, and the fact that I haven't played it too means that I don't know the details. So maybe it's not super likely, or it's just as likely.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
I don't feel like the I feel like the anti-tower isn't based off the Mage's Tower necessarily, though. I feel like the idea of a Wizard's Tower has existed both in like Disney and Square Enix stuff for a long time, you know, and it's like it's a trope, right? The Wizard's Tower. Unless there's like specific mechanics from the anti-tower that are the same.
Backload, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain.
Grawhide, you monster.
But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
You monster.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Oh, Alfie, no. Elio's face.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety.
This is also why I think doing the tank roll quest is really appropriate if you're gonna do one.
You know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Because you get an extra dialogue option. You mean the magical plague of Vobert, don't you?
You know of the plague? Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
Oh, that's funny, Killhall.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Oh my god. That's my chair. I'm in trouble to roll. And yeah, Vio was saying, okay, that's it. I was saying, you were laughing at, I was just like saying that when, Raha and, Alice get kind of called out for crushing on the Warrior of Light, you seem to find that funny, and I was just laughing about it. There we go.
There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Backlog. For the record, I truly wish we wouldn't have to resort to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that the part of me is glad that Eorzean shared his knowledge of the new Mo with us. Had he not, Backlog wouldn't be here. But speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insults to injury.
No, I mean, I agree. And I think it's apt and appropriate. I'm just, I find some people at random will sometimes be more annoyed by it. So I was just curious.
We mustn't dally here any longer, Elio. If Backlog is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present.
Absolute secrecy, like talking you through a populated area as opposed to talking you in the middle of nowhere. Well, but it's not that Backlog is the need for the secrecy is because of Backlog. It's the content of what they were conversing about, right? I got enough for 1 6-pack of chicken nuggies. I have 69 cents. You know what that means? I don't have enough for chicken nuggets. Oh, now I want chicken nuggets. But I only want fresh chicken nuggets. And I want ketchup from I want the paper cups. I want ketchup from McDonald's. Not the packets. The packets don't taste the same. I want like it has to be the paper cup and the you have to the spigot. I want it fresh from the source. I'm a needy bitch. Yeah, but who's listening to them up there? Yeah. Maybe annoyed because of how it's different and a bit lighthearted. Maybe the tone shift that annoys them. Maybe. I don't. Yeah. It's just I've always been surprised, so I'm never quite sure. But because I'm with you, I think it's a little nice, small, soft touch and a background element. I'm not bothered by it. If it was constant or really overt, in yeah, I would be more annoyed. Oh, I'm sorry, lady. Fresh from the couch.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
He's calling us dense.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light. The realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters.
Kiel, I don't know if you're trolling me, but that's come up so many times. And could one make an argument? To just simplify a long-ranging conversation that's gone a long way. Could you make an argument that Shadowbringers is an isekai story based on certain criteria for choosing to define isekai? Yes. Would I? No. Didn't see it before, I promise. Okay. Yeah, no, all good. I mean, obviously, not everybody's watching everything, but I'm just, like, laughing because there are certain things that come up on repeat. I do not think of it as one, as I think a lot of the components that make isekai what I think of as isekai are absent, rather than just being brought to another world as the only defining thing. I think of it more like a stranger in a strange land. But could you make a reasonable argument? Yes, though I think you'd have to first define what an isekai is in a meaningful way to do so. And I think that can sometimes range depending on who you ask. Yeah. Yeah, Tam got it perfect. Yeah, exactly. According to the people of the shard being 1/14 of an ancient soul, while people in the source are 7. Yes! Oblivion, we know that that's fact. That is confirmed fact, not not suspicion. Just in case you were wondering. Those of the source are 7/14 rejoined. Oh, hi. Hey guys, someone came to join us.
After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends,
This is my backlog.
I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
The Warrior of Light, yes. Graha, no. Tracy.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
There's another reason why I would say no, but I can't talk about it yet. But Oblivion has a good point. That those are the source and interact with and work. Yeah. I feel like y'all. You remember, if you want to talk about it, you can always at me over in the lore section of the Discord. I don't always check it if I'm working, unless people at me sometimes, because otherwise it takes up like a couple hours of my time. I would also try to remind you about the specifics of how 5.3 ends. It should be 9, because it should be 8 for everyone else and 9, because there's been 7 rejoinings plus the one of the source, so it should be 8 and 9, not 7 and 8. We are 9. This Warrior of Light is 9/14 because you have the source plus the 7 rejoined plus Ardbert. Then you have the first, and then everybody else does not have their corresponding member of the first, so everybody else would be at 8. I just wasn't paying attention very closely.
You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White Orisite, you say? An intriguing proposition. but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Eorzean. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies.
Then would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to the transference?
In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim.
Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail?
In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw aether from your
Surroundings. I was just about to pitch this. I literally a second ago I was like, you know, I wonder if their souls are absorbing aether from the surrounding environments to maintain their corporeal forms. I literally was just thinking this like 5 minutes ago. Yep, confirmed here.
This process must be halted and the resulting surfeit of aether removed.
Because it's the only way to make sense for like, otherwise they'd be expending their own soul to create a corporeal form, which would be a problem on a number of levels. So the only reasonable way for their soul, basically their souls are creating a fake shell around themselves in the form of their bodies on this first.
Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home.
Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn that Journey's had, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their aether made stagnant by the light.
Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals?
Why? Do you think you might be able to help them?
I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand.
Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you wouldn't do anything which might increase their suffering.
It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion.
Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. Will you escort our guests to the inn? I will assist Eorzean in creating the requisite Eorzean. I believe my talents would be better applied to the endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Lug as necessary?
Let us make for our meringue then. Expelling my own soul so I can wear pants. So they're kind of like primals? In terms of like they're having a corporeal manifestation around them? Yeah! The level to which a primal has a soul versus just ethereal, aether, corporealized. Well, you can't create a soul using creation magics. Ergo, I would say that primals don't have souls. And so that's kind of different, but the general gist is not wrong. I choose to believe this is how glamour prisms work. Oh, glamour prisms are just a glamour on top of it. You're just using basically ethereal magics to like make it something look a different way. Basically, you're still wearing this gear, but it's just a glamour over top of it. The same way that they hid Ralger's Reach with a glamour. She puts me in mind of the race. Can't remember the name in the Dark Crystal. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I don't know the Dark Crystal very well, but I do know what you're talking about. Thank God no one can see how my Warrior of Light is actually dressed. Moogle bottoms and pig tops, I'm sure.
So this is Halric, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously towards the light, towards stasis.
What do you suppose will happen to him?
Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He'll become a Sin Eater.
You do know that. You don't know that. We've defeated the Warden and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now...
Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients.
What sort of treatment?
In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the aether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Ferber. Then, for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore again never to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief.
I like how the warrior fly is always wearing pretty heavy armor, especially for tanks, but the glamour can be anything. Just imagining someone trying to move in full chain armor, but it looks like they're in jeans. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, the Dark Knight armor... Yeah, okay, the warrior is a bit bulky and the paladin's full plate, so those, yeah, I definitely see. But I feel like the mobility in this Dark Knight armor is rather, like, they've kind of eschewed traditional defense for mobility, like leathers and cloth for the most part, you know?
This potent tonic invented by Beck Lug during the time of Verbert is said to revitalize the soul both figuratively and literally. Todden stares blankly at you. It seems this tonic has had no effect. Huh? What is this warmth I feel in my chest?
Wears mostly leather and fur, too. Yeah. It's really the pauldron. Actually, you know what? I may still have. There's still, this leather plate on top. But, like, your range of motion around your hips, which is going to be your biggest thing, right? And shoulders is still quite... You're still quite mobile. Honestly, Gunbreaker reminds me more of like World War I captains and like sea captains and that kind of jazz.
I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy.
Very ordinary clothes with chest piece, at least that I've noticed. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that a lot of their defense is more through like agility and stuff, right, than traditional like armor, like defense. I mean, and like Dark Knight, you're supposed to be eschewing like large amounts of armor for the sake of. Is that just like a gorget, or is that actually a full armor piece? Maybe that is a full armor piece. Yeah, Oblivion.
Now then, have you noted any change in the patients?
A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor functions, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response.
As I feared then, 'tis true that when the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium, given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal aether. Their incorporeal aether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended.
This is really, honestly, 5.x is going to spend a lot of time on corporeal and incorporeal aether before 6.0 just like flat out gives you another lesson on it again. But these are really important things for going into 6.0. I mean, frankly, they're very important lessons to understand for everything that's come before. And they have existed to greater or lesser degrees in places like Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 and in the MSQ as well as side quests. But this is them like trying to like, okay, this is very important to the story we're telling now and is going to be important to the story going forward, so let's reiterate it.
Which is why those in later stages of corruption like Halric appear unaffected by your tonic.
Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even.
By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it is possible we could find a way to hasten their recovery?
Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament.
I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you in my past that I was once a mage of the royal court of Vorbert, that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hoped to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering. A plague the likes of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame.
At least the Warriors of Light brought those responsible to justice.
Aye, that they did. I shudder to think what might have happened had they not. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these peoples in corporeal aether.
The incorporeal aether is the aether of the soul. It's that which is not physically manifested in a normal way, normal sense. It's just literally what it is, incorporeal. If you've never watched our video on aetherology that I made like a while ago, that will give you a great overview of the difference between corporeal and incorporeal.
Do you think it can be done?
Where the sky is still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ.
Interesting that familiars then are in some ways kind of like the catalyst that red mages use.
If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done. It's all the same to you. Whatever regents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it.
I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of water and finest of clays, as well as the Fey lantern brimming with pixie magic.
If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alfino, the water and the clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get that lantern.
You don't mean?
The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. Thank you.
I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the new Mo, or Plan Any. They'll be able to supply you with water suitable for your needs.
Right. Let's get this over with, shall we?
There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it?
Gunbreaker's Matrix trench coat. So slightly unrelated note, it did mildly... Oh yeah, we talked about that. Oh, this coat looks nice. Never mind, Thinker is also wearing it. Now it's weird. It's very appropriate for him. Yeah, it's very, very appropriate for him to be a tank for a number of reasons. But also, it's like the 3 other roles other than Paladin. Other than if he like shifted to Paladin. Yeah, of the 4 tanks, that Gunbreaker makes the most sense by far. And also for his role in the story in general, and especially at the point of Shadowbringers.
Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us?
I could ask the miners, or perhaps the scavengers.
Ah, yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there's aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here.
I do really love how the ideas like incorporeal or corporeal aether are brought up. You know, they've been around since A Realm Reborn, and like keep coming back up and getting educated in more ways. But and like you can like have a deep understanding of them way in advance of this. But if you don't, they make a really good job of naturally communicating them within the confines of the story for the point at which they start to become more and more relevant.
Elio, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We just this moment finished repairing the Talos and the trolley you lot took to Naboth-Arang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along.
Clever man, that Chai knows. He seems pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley! But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it.
You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Elio here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend?
Well, we could have some help finding some mud. And clay. I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere, or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Bryan mines to make adobe bricks. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. We just learn as much about pre-flood nations as we do Verber. I understand why we learn about the most, but I'm curious about the others. We do learn quite a bit of Amarang if you do side quests. Nabatharang and everything about Nabatharang. Beyond that, if you do the tribal quest, you find out about some of the groups. If you do stuff in Rakatika Greatwood, you find out about Ronka, Elmegs, Verber, Calusia. I mean, you find out about the dwarves mainly. And then Tempest obviously isn't really about that. But yeah, I wish I want to know more too. And on the bright side, Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 3 is in the works, so that's going to be coming out, well, I won't say soon, but probably within the year. Trolley Boy, yeah. Just remember though that there are lots of bits and pieces of the information throughout the game. Just because like they don't tell you them in the MSQ doesn't mean they're not present. Think there's about Ancient Elven Kingdom and Lakeland from the Fates there. Yes, but that Elven Kingdom is a continuation of Verber, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or either Verber either becomes them or it's an extension of Verber, right? If only we had Will. We gotta beat those Soviets to the moon. Magnus, build the space trolley. Can't remember, but please tell me that the developers didn't somehow miss the obvious trolley problem. No, they do. They did. It's one of the quest lines. Here, we can go ahead and Lakeland sightseeing logs, because I know those talk about it. Lakeland. Let's see, does that take me to the info I need? Oh, Gamerscape, why you gotta be so slow? Laxton Loft. I know Laxton Loft's got stuff about it. Okay. Laxton Loft. In the old tongue of the elves, Laxton is the word for Lakeland. It is here that the regent's erstwhile king set its throne. The castle is also infamous as the site of the historical conflict where the Shadowkeeper led a force of elven dissidents in the final bloody uprising. Yeah, maybe you might be right. The well-preserved remnants of the fortress dating back to the glory days of the Lakeland. This imposing structure was named in the honor of Sir Austell, who, according to the tales, ordered his men to stand their ground against a raving horde of sin-eaters. The knight himself refused to fall, holding off the abominations and small folk. Oh, no, it's talking about an elven kingdom in Lakeland, which tells me they're probably an extension of Verber. Well, the Verberti aren't elven, though. The Verberti were led by the Auri princess, so maybe it is a separate thing. And then that kingdom is also a continuation of the source one. Shadowbringer's first lore is not my strongest suit, so you may be right on that. Even though Verber is clearly like Kurthan in origin, or it matches up with Kurthis. These covering ruins are all that remain of Lakeland's prison. To the east of the base of the cliff can be seen another memory of the past. The domiciles of the prison's warden, once known by the less somber name Mortal Irons, is thought to be better reflect the settlement abandoned. No. Located in the center of Lakeland, Watchtower, same in the honor soldier, saved countless lives when he warned the flying swarm of sin eaters. Yeah, I know there's more about this as a topic. Once the forward base of a long-fated knightly order, these ruins were repurposed to serve as defensive outposts for the Crystarium Guard. I know there's more information about this that would confirm it one way or another. Sorry, now I want to know.
Yeah. Probably not Verberti. Based on the fact that their Verberti are ruled by an Auri. And I definitely look at that the keep, that Backlug, the Grand Cosmos, right? And how those were Elven and seem to have like the Elven Knights. So I assume that's much more an extension of those guys. Yeah. I think, Tam, you're right that it's definitely different. Yeah, you got to be ready for a challenge in time for your Regorthos, for sure, Infinite. Sorry for nerds sniping the stream. Why? No, if I'm wrong, I don't want to spread that information. That was my understanding, but clearly, like, I got to learn, and we got to share that knowledge, so. When we started these streams, it wasn't even just originally about going through the MSQ. It was also about finding out new lore things, or reaffirming or like clarifying points that I may have not realized the first time around. So, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, mobile will do that, lady. That's for sure. But on the nice side of that is that I'm stuck in a phone. Help me! I'm trapped. Ah! Or a computer. Or a TV, PlayStation 5, or someone's random projector, or a Nintendo 3DS. Yeah, I feel like these birds are... Well, there's a difference between someone coming in being like, actually, versus like, oh, hey, here's a clarification on this detail, or like, oh, I think it's actually this, and like, you know, a reference point. I mean, it's definitely more helpful if like someone can provide like, oh, here's where it's said, or there's some, I think it said somewhere like here, so we can, you know, go check it. But no, I want to know the truth. I want the information. Definitely on my TV. Wait, does the 3DS have a YouTube capability? I've seen people do stuff with it. I don't know if it technically does, but I've definitely seen people homebrew that shit.
The twins have returned in one piece, and at that, I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into the garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it?
Who's ready to meet Angelo? Actually, I want to know. It does have YouTube capability. Demins, thank you for knowing that.
Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it will simply be a matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Backlug, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell, and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Maybe you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect, and you are plainly familiar with these people, plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvrant more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Elio? Absolutely. She's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. For Halric. For Tislaine. Then we are all of one mind on the matter. At least they shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Light, good to see you, glad to have you. Onion. No, we're in 5.1, Light. We've got a ways to go till there.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy.
And so the memes begin.
Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
Jade! Good to see you, glad to have you. How you doing? How's the Balduzzian Arsenal been going?
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
That is a Mr. Potato Head.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Finish him.
Yes, yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye.
Gold star for effort. Truly an artist.
Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Water, water, froth, and foam. No, it's adorable.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric.
When are we going to get access to the King Porksy mount?
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now.
Porkmificus the Magnificent.
Go, Angelo!
Okay, that is straight up, it just is a Pokemon.
Mother, I...
I never fully understood why they need familiar for fixing the soul. So they explain it. So effectively, the familiar acts like a catalyst. So think about the Red Mage's catalyst, their sword and their catalyst, where they have to use their own aether funneled into it to basically imagine it like a force multiplier. Basically, by channeling your aether into a thing that they can then tune it and then also like hold it and then blast it out. it's more specific, powerful, pungent. It's just a force multiplier is what it is. Like the meal beats from restaurant at the end of the universe. Never fully as a channel for the spell. Yeah. So the thing is, it's the same way that white mages or black mages can use stabs as a foci for using ambient aether and manifesting it to a stronger degree, mixed with their own powers of manipulation. It's just, you know, it's what any tool is. Teslene's words. Yeah. My heart hurt when I got this part for the first time. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you could look at Red Mage and be like, well, they have their own personal aether. What do they need the catalyst for? And it's for that reason.
How is he, Becklug? Oh. How is he, Becklug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if one so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric. As you are, even now, in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation. Thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Eorzean. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklug said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become the slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the auto-revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such a treatment. Gabu. Do you think it could work? Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul has fused with earth-aspected aether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him. Right? Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? He's a kobold, a Mord. I see. His condition does sound similar. Yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this is not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there's hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend this time in idleness. If it is all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you the rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Nah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium then. Finally, I found you. Kaishir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Gilmore. Lady Chai's beside herself. Sighing, pacing, and the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. Krista, good to see you, glad to have you. And indeed, Gabu our boy indeed. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore's at stake. And now for part 2. They are good books, lady. Lady Chai set up in the parlor. Best not to keep her waiting, eh?
Give me a second, I just want to check this. No returns here. Okay, cool. We're on pace, we're good.
Well, Natia seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, starting off into the distance and all that sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress.
Ray, are you here?
I love how she just smiles when
Thank
she's
heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Golg. With Lord Vorthri out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
Definitely, Tam.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
Did his earring always have movement physics, even in Realm Reborn?
I think so. What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I'm unsure, but whatever it is, I'm sure he hasn't fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
We don't see any male fat cotes, right? Because we do in the trailer for Shadowbringers. It's interesting that I can only think of female ones that we see. Good and her children, yeah. You gotta love her love. God, let's call Adam's couple.
It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him or leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later.
Yeah, only in the trailer. Yeah. I wonder... Like, usually the trailers are commissioned way in advance. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the 7.4 or the 7.0 trailer comes out, you know, sometime this year, or at least half of it, and which means that they're commissioned way in advance, which makes me think that at some point they considered having them, but then got rid of them, which is...
Master Chai, why yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in rather dour mood, concerned about Yulmor's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Valthree apparently in inexhaustible stores of meal and no great need for money, it's little wonder our business were all but forgotten under his rule. I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmor, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. To the understory.
Of course you would, Moen. Yeah, no surprise. I'd say FanFest, we might see it. NA seems too early for anything besides a teaser. Well, I wouldn't see the full one. I wouldn't be surprised if we got the half. And I mean, here, let's look at Shadowbringers trailer. Shadowbringers. Actually, here, Endwalker teaser trailer. Endwalker teaser. The teaser trailer, because that's what I meant by the half trailer, was February 5th. So that was, what, 9 months before the launch of Endwalker. So maybe, depending, if we see a May release date for... 7.0, which would be pretty reasonable to think, then it would make sense that we could see a teaser at American Fan Fest. But I think EU, you're not crazy to think that EU might be the more likely candidate. I definitely think that's possible. Maybe I'll feel more. It's a very pretty place, that's for sure. We're on to you, water trip. I probably could have just used the 8th right. Stupid. So stupid. Although, let's think about this, right? 6.4 is looking to be May. Right? Because early March, second or third week of May would be 6.4.
Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and when we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Valthree, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we'd still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitted, I proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts and Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding region of Calusia as well. And I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall.
So, like, May. So then 4 months after that is September for 6.5. You'd think about 6 months, and then you'd be a couple months later for 0.55. Yeah, I feel like a May. Late spring, early summer makes sense. I'm sure Chris from Work to Game actually done his lovely, lovely spreadsheets on this already. Because he does great work about trying to figure out those times way in advance. I should try meeting up with him again. I loved talking with him. I need to do more collab stuff. I gotta reach out. I'm so bad at reaching out to people. I want to do more Eorzean's archived and all that. Try to think of my favorite place in 14. Honestly, my favorite thing to look at in 14 is the night sky. Really? It is beautiful.
Aye, I'd call a man fitting that description. That's to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things in the derelicts, and I can be sure he gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When we heard that, he started mumbling to himself something about finding his work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts. Yes, about the other settlements and all. After that, can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gatetown when last I saw him.
Feels so endless. I'm glad you guys feel that way. I'm glad it evokes that in you. I felt that way about some games. I don't know why 14... I think I just came 14 too late in life. I knew how video games are made too much. I know the seams. So that expansive, endless feel sometimes just doesn't capture me quite the same. It's a jadedness that I'm not sure... that I don't love that I have, but I can appreciate it's where I'm at. But I'm glad that it means that to you guys. Night, Tracy! I wish I could recoup some of that. I know I used to feel that way about WoW and some other games when I was younger. Definitely understanding more and more about how games are made makes it all feel smaller.
Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts?
Well, we should check Gatetown.
Interesting. We apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got a plan for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city?
Skylanders and Rogodames? Wait, what? A Highlander woman, but that is... And EU is in October with JP and Jan. It works out perfectly. Right. But so, like, if we get NA teaser, then I could imagine JP Jan is when we get the full video. Because we got... What was it? What was it full? What was the difference? It was... So we got the teaser in February, and then we got the full video February 5th, and then May 14th. So 3 months later... Or not 3 months, sorry, 5. No, 3 months later. So about 3 months later. Okay. No, I feel like I'm being more convinced that EU is when we would see the teaser based off of that. Unless we saw the full trailer. Well, May. So May, it was May to December. So that's 7 months, right? So if we got NA was October. 7 months after that. Okay. Maybe I'm starting to think NA and then EU. That would work if it's a similar timeline to Endwalker.
All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that having consulted those within the city's walls, you would wish to do the same to those without. Elio, if you would go to make inquiries in Bright, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gatetown, I leave to you, Kaishir.
Fair enough. Where should we meet when we're finished?
Well, Stop Rung would seem to be his next most likely destination. Let's reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we will be well suited to continue our search.
Especially the ones with Scottish-like accents. Do you mean like the Mancunian accent? Like, or not Mancunian, sorry. The Manchester accent. Or is it Mancunian? The Manchester accent that they have for Alamigo. Like the Sean Bean accent. I like to imagine more where like putting papers with clues in NPC's hands and being like, read this. Yeah, Infinite. Lisa Bit, voices, Hilda, Minago, other voices. Well, Minago's just, Minago's voice is just, Fordola. There we go. Yeah, well, I was talking about Fordola personally, yeah. Well, if you like Minago's, then you like Fordola's probably, seeing as it's the same person and it's very close. Hilda's got a great accent too, yeah. But that's more because it's like, it's not quite Cockney. I mean, if Freyra was here, she'd know exactly where it's from. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Gilmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free, and Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. Chai News, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. That's what he wanted to hear, I suppose, but because he left soon after. And that was that. Maybe it's Manchester. Yeah. I just know that the that is the Manchester accent is the accent they use for Alamigo. Partly because they had Rob Bond's voice actor have it, and then they had Ilberd have it, and so like I think they carried that trend. Second, recognizing accent locales. Wait, they have the same VA? Yeah, Minago and Fordola are the same voice actress. Well, I find myself getting happy for Fordola talking scenes. I mean, the other thing is worth remembering is a lot of times, like for instance, Xenos is Carvalin, because look at the expansion. They'll try to reuse voice actors. It's pretty, I don't want to say rare, but it's really common, I guess, to say that if there's a voice actor in an expansion, they will have actually two roles. And sometimes it's a very small sub-role. Slope! Indeed, Infinite. Slope indeed. I'm not great at it either, lady, and part of that is because, like, in America, while we have, like, a wide breadth of different accents, the thing is there's so much space in between them. So you can go, you may, like, be aware of, like, a Brooklyn accent and all the other, like, accents, but, like, you don't grow up hearing different accents on a regular beat, you know? Very different to something like the UK, where it's, like, a lot of different accents in a very small space.
So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gaytown as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia, though only likely place he has left to go being Amnity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him.
Actually, I guess now I'm curious. What are all your guys' favorite voice actors' voices in 14? I gotta say, there's a lot I love. I love Fortunals. Fortunals' voice is butter. Smooth, dark butter. Yeah, fuck that, lady. No, look, Fordola is completely, is a great example of a character that is allowed to both grow beyond the tragedies of the past and also has to make up for them. And it's, while not being able to be forgiven, the narrative allows for someone to become better, become more than they were. And I think the idea that someone, like, mandating you defend that choice is either hasn't continued to play the game. I feel like the MSQ as itself vilified the choices and holds her culpable for them while simultaneously allowing room for redemption, because if you don't, why would it? If people are never allowed to try and be more than what they were, why no one's ever gonna try, because they're just gonna be kicked down over and over. So, no, look, Fordola did acts that are evil, maybe even understandable to some extent. cruel and malicious, maybe. But she's a product. She's a product of her environment in a way that's understandable, if not forgivable. And then the fact that she aims to be more than what she was is laudable, you know? A little off topic, the slot, and I think, like, the thing is that 14 is so often about letting people be better than they once were. Fuck, the Dark Knight quest is about that, even, you know? Like, it's so grained into so much of the MSQ, the side quests, any number of it. I'm very good at recognizing voice actors. I can recognize Laura Bailey from Asaf. Reminded me, Ilbert looks like my father, and it just makes me think awkward things during that storyline. Sadu's got a great voice. Lena's VA does have some of the best line reads in Shadowringers for sure, and in the game. Lena's voice actress does a phenomenal job with a character that does not have a ton of screen time. Graha, yeah, Jonathan Bailey's great.
Elio, Alphino, Kaishir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Shai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head... I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Calusia. That much is true. Speaking about evil acts and redemption and trying to be more than what you were. But I am by no means sure that I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe that resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in and of itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain that the man whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. A way to the better future. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore, but that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spend most days in a daze here, but you've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up Mount Gulg, didn't you? How hard could Marin be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future. I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I cannot deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Oh, thank you, Infinite. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man, exactly? And are you certain he is here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Valthyri's father when he was in office. And Franjit was the mayor's right hand. One might say Rendon was the left. And between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he'll listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him? Here in Amity, they may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristel then. As I recall, you made rather favorable impressions on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us.
Organje's most and foremost, my man audibly speaks in cursive, also mentions go to Emmett. Oh, dude, Emmett. Oh, the Emmett. There's quite a few good ones, yeah. Oh, lady, I have support here. I'm fond of Fordola too as a character in a story because of the struggles she went through. I also, like, yeah, like, look, the thing I'll say, and I think this is one of, like, the most important things to talk about in 14 is, one, room for redemption and allowing people trying to be better to do that without necessarily forsaking or forgetting the things that they've done is seen as a good, right? It's treated as a moral good, and I would agree. And necessary to make a better world, because if you don't, there's too many people you have to cut out in the walk forward, and it just kind of can end up leading to cycles. And I think she has a compelling story about how she ended up where she ended up, in a way that's, if not agreeable, not conscionable. I think you can understand it, right? With her father and Alamigo and all of that. I think that if you haven't done the role quest for Endwalker and read the short stories too, I think they add a little bit of flavor and context beyond. By the same token, it's like Emmett's in the same ballpark, right? If you like Emmett as a character, you can also really like a character without necessarily liking them as a person or liking them as a being. Like, you can like how the character is characterized and what their story is as well. Or you can just find someone's voice really good. You know, like, the performance is excellent and makes you hate the character. I think Xenos' voice actor is phenomenal, right? I love Gosetsu's VA. Fun thing, Gosetsu also voices Vritra and Hori Boulder. Yeah, thirding. Also, I want to fight anyone who says the character need to be punished to deserve a redemption arc. Yeah, it's more important that they show the desire to change and make up for their actions. Yeah, and look, vindictiveness is not justice, right? A character who suffers and learns from that is different than saying someone needs to be punished. I would say that Fordola forcibly having to experience basically forced empathy by bearing witness to everyone's echo visions is kind of like, that is enough to understand what might have driven her, change. And I don't like, I think you can call that punishment, but I don't like the idea of treating vindictiveness or vengeance as justice, you know? And also deserve, I think, is no one can really ultimately decide. Everyone gets to decide for themselves whether someone deserves a thing, but like punishment does not earn you a deserved redemption arc, you know? Which is one of the reasons I accept Katra's arc and Shira wholeheartedly. I also thoroughly enjoy it. There's been definite improvement since the beginning of the series. I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks, lady. Yeah, I've been, when you've been doing it for a year, you hope you get better, right? I don't condone the bad things, but I enjoy seeing what drove them to it all. Exactly, learning how to get there where what is done. Getting there is what does it for me, yeah. Literally the theme of Fordola and post-Stormblood quest, yeah. It's like very explicitly, and done through a lot of other characters throughout, I mean, yeah, and in different ways. Whether you're talking about Gaius throughout post, the arrival of the Black Wolf post A Realm Reborn and into the Sorrows of Worlit, for instance, or what redemption means, and even whether or not you can earn redemption. Sometimes the point is not can you earn redemption. The question is, is it worth making the world better anyways? You may never earn redemption, but is it still worth it to try and do better and make a better world and trying to break the cycle? You may not earn it from the people who decry you, right?
Greetings, friend, and to you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask about Rendon. I couldn't help you over here in your earlier exchange.
Yes, well, Valtry's gone. Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that he could build a better Yulmore. We could build a better Yulmore together, and that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help.
Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Valtry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising.
He has his principles, you see, and a little patience for anyone else he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of the past, of Yulmor's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying. He sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive. Commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmor has the resolve to change. The resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards the Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. And going off of what we experienced yesterday with the tower, I kind of also understand even more why the tower wasn't kept around and had to disappear. Because if the tower is literally in physical space right behind here, the tower jutting up would have become a physical thing that you would have seen post once you started doing the final part of the Alliance raid. Tower Paradigms Breach. There's the theme for everybody wanted to execute her, yeah. Out of Fordolo and Yotsuyu, I felt more sympathetic for Fordolo. Still felt bad for Yotsuyu, though. I mean, definitely. I have compassion. I don't relate to Yotsuyu's feelings, but I do feel like I understand her, and I understand, again, Yotsuyu, like Xenos, was forged, not born, right? The world forged her. People forged her into being as hateful as she was. And I think Tsuyu proves that, right? If you tabula rasa her, she's not a cruel person. And that's her that's her tragedy. Whereas Fordola gets to be better, right? So it's understanding why it's easier to, connect with Fordola, who's on a path to better. Yeah. Xenos has a perfect body, a perfect face, perfect hair, perfect voice, but empty and just plain annoying. I don't know that I would call him empty and plain annoying. I'd call him tragic and broken and sadistic and a hedonist. But, maybe that's just me. I just don't find him annoying. I can sometimes hate him, but I think he's a wonderfully done character in terms of what he's supposed to be. The weapon, the cruelty born of the world's, forged into what he is. Oh, actually, I went to the wrong thing, didn't I? Yes, I did. Oh crap! I meant it was meant as a compliment. Sorry to go off. No, lady. No. It absolutely was a compliment. No. It's that ironic juxtaposition of saying like you were worse before and now you're better, and it's like that is a compliment, right? Hey, you're improving. You've gotten a lot better. You're good. You're much better now, right? But it's also like, oh, how much worse was I before? Something about the discussion reminded me of Lord of the Ring quote: "Many that live deserve death, and some die that deserve life. Can you give it to them? Then do not be eager to deal out death and judgment." Great line. And, this isn't... I know this isn't quite in the same spirit of when it's used by Gandalf, and I'm going to be using the film version rather than the book version here, but, I wish the ring had never come to me, and I wish none of this had happened. So do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All you can decide is what to do with the time that's given to you, right? And I think that's very much part of the same thing, which is, like, you can't always decide what you're given, but you can start to decide how you handle that. But also to a point. Like, you can also, at what point are Yotsuyu and Xenos not necessarily given passes by any means, but, forged into what they are rather than born. Yeah, Asahi's just a little shit. Fuck Asahi.
Well, it's you again.
DB, good to see, glad to have you. So something that's always confused me is why Xenos is the way he is. I understand he was forged, but what are you saying? But can you explain what happened? Absolutely, DB, and I would love to. One of the recommendations I would say is, we've got to put that out. The short story of his childhood does one thing to kind of convey, not like, oh, he was abused as a child, but I'll get to that after this cutscene.
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes. They are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable, yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help
It's
but
Timothy
ask
Watson.
myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
Who is Eorzean J? This is Eorzean J's voice actor.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages.
Truth and
Little
reconciliation.
wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
This is what I feel like sets 14 apart. Not that other things don't do political intrigue.
A Yulmore for the people.
It's not.
I'd rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems. But first, I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
they spend the same amount of time on this, on the ramifications of Yulmore and that world, as they do on moving on the story and the main, you know, the main quest of the fantasy stuff. The heart, the people, these things, these characters, making it matter, making that step forwards towards progress and a better world it's not just assumed. You know, it's part of the narrative, a fundamental part. And it's not a thing that nothing else does, but I think it's what 14 really does that helps set it apart, that it takes the time to as earnestly focus on that as it does everything else. DB, I'll get you your answer in one quick second. This guy's Vothri, but not whiny. Yeah, it's Eorzean's voice. So mad that Xenos paid attention to Yotsu, then let it go and go mad. Size Tantrum fits the bill. An overprivileged upbringing by comparison to Yotsu. It's expected to livid when you view someone as less than you, not even a person. Yeah. Chai News, more like Chad News. Yeah. Loki reminds me of Reaction Joker. This makes his wife Julia Child. Yeah. You can't say one way or another on Persona, but definitely reminds me of Dragon Age. Yeah. They're allowed to be earnest without it being mocked and without irony. Definitely. So, DB, to answer your question, well, here, I gotta do this dialogue first and then on our way back to Yulmore. Actually, let me just do it now. So the thing about, you have to understand about Xenos is Xenos was born, and from the get-go was never, like, was always kind of sectioned off, never really spent any time with his father, barely any time with his mother, was only, like, taught, like, educated in combat and logistics and you know, not really given affection, had no connection to other people, was not given, like, friendships or any bonds or any relation. And even from a young age, his father kind of saw him as a monster, seeing what the capabilities that he had. And also his father always had problems because his father died. Xenos' grandfather died when he was very young. But Xenos' great-grandfather, Solus Scalvis, Emet Selk, always rejected Varys, and also, by extension, pretty much rejected Xenos. So Xenos never had human connection, and the only thing he ever ended up living for was just striving to do more and to do better. And the few times he did interact with other people, they were either beneath him as servants, or they were, you know, enemies who tried to kill him, assassins, things like that. So that continues on and carries on, and that, you know, goes into adulthood, and then he's unleashed as a weapon of war, and used to do nothing but conquer and dispassionately not, you know, there was never a chance or a point at which Xenos ever had any connection, which is part of why he becomes so obsessed with the Warrior of Light. You can get this throughout Stormblood, you can get this throughout Shadowbringers as well. It's talked about all throughout that and into Endwalker. There is a short story in the book Chronicles of Light. The tale is called, and you can look at, I know that this tale exists online too if you just look it up. I believe The Hunt Begins, Tales from the Calm. Gives you a good kind of inclination and understanding of that, as well as how he learns some of the fighting style he does for samurai, which is actually rooted in some of the Korvosi fighting style, the Korvosi Blade Masters. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve?
You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is most pressing.
Ah, yes. Meal being neither a desirable nor less suitable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void.
And a man who hungers does not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I will consider offering you my counsel.
And if you have any further clarifications, DB, feel free to send them my way. But I also recommend if you replay Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker, they will also convey most of what I'm saying too. And sometimes it's easy, you can be like, well, I've played them, I should have noticed it, right? But sometimes you'd be surprised how many little details become so much more apparent a second time through. Although it's a big ask, right? Which is part of the reason that we do streams like this, so that we can go through and point out those things as we go. Basically, he spent his entire childhood in one person's politics and martial school with no time or even ideas of hobbies. Not even just time, but like, yeah, or friends. Like, he wasn't around other people other than servants, and even them very passingly little. His mother died when he was very young. His father basically shunned him and had no love for him. And neither did his great-grandfather. Yeah. the only thing that ever gave him any joy was the thrill of, like, combat and of trying to be more, to, like, grow. Which is why he becomes so obsessed with the hunt. They messed that boy up, but good, yeah.
A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production.
Go on.
For the present, Yulmor's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as a source of trades for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort.
My. Think of all that by yourself, did you?
Well, yes. It begins as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the people of Yulmor and the nearby settlements.
You've impressed me, Chinese.
Oh, I have? Well, that is a relief.
Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so.
Fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose to use the Talos to aid in the re-establishment of maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production.
Talos? But Daedalus Stonework closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect.
Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stonework, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. With a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all.
Look at that confidence! I made a prince. You ruined a perfectly good Garlean is what you've done. Look, he has bloodlust. I mean, some might argue that that's kind of Imperial Garlemald what they want, right? You know, growing up in Imperial Garlemald, let's not forget to. Solus, ruined? I disagree. Exactly, Tim!
Ruined? I disagree. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have, which is why I propose I make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia.
Mikote scare.
They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at the top rung. Come with me.
V, are you around? I am in stream, yes. Why, thank you. Could you go ahead and start we haven't been posting, I think, because Bean's off today. Could you post the Discord link or anything like that? Could we just get a couple of those up? It's funny how Solus still doesn't understand his son up until he gets killed. Solus just assumes Xenos is after political power. Do you mean Varys instead of Solus? When in reality, he couldn't care less. Thank you, B. Because Solus is Xenos' great-grandfather. The line of, it's Solus Galvus, his son, and then his grandson, who is Varys, and then his great-grandson. Varys, oops, yeah, Garlean names confuse me. All good. So the first names are their, like, personal names. Their last name is the middle part is based on their station. If you go either into Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 or into the Great Google Library, they explain to you, I think Great Google Hard might be, it might be normal. They explain what each one of those means. Yeah. The middle, so Xenos Galvus, Xenos, and then there's Viator, when he no longer is part of the Galvus, right? Viator. Thank you, V. Yeah, come join our Discord for more lore and fun activities. Discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Man, I still want those chicken nuggets. God damn it, guys. Why do you do this to me? Also, speaking of food, if you want to support us doing our cooking stream, you can also go, if you do super chats, and money goes towards that. Me and Neri will be having our drunk stream, which you guys funded, in 2 days, or not 2 days, either this Sunday or the next Sunday. We'll put out an announcement. Also, if you would like to support us, you can support us over on Patreon, where you can get your name in the banner above my head, as well as fun little perks for the Discord. goes a long way towards making this whole thing more sustainable. Which we've been going for 2 years now, so we've been able to sustain, which is nice.
Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of aether in the Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let it fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious! An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be simple enough matter to get them to march steel more. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along to do the deed, but as I've said before, it is high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That as it may be, Kaishir, but Brendan tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say that the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I prove to them I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear. But if you need any help, I'll be checking in. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intentions of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labor. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous, and if one is not careful, I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Cooking stream? Yeah. Good. Then let's be off to the quick way through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. I have the cooking book, the Final Fantasy XIV cooking book, so we would definitely use that for sure. I mean, we meet plenty of decent Garleans. Maxima to name one. Yeah, I mean all of the populares are. I mean, the thing is, the problem is that like as you find out, yeah, with like Endwalker and in general, right? People raised in an environment affects their disposition, right? And so there are those who buy in completely to the Imperial Garlemald mindset. And then there are those who like try to push back or want something better. You know, there's people like the Lemure who don't realize how bad it is, who are loyal to Garlemald, and then when they go to Corvos and they realize how bad it is, they're like, oh no. Oh no, we're the bad guys. Thank you, V. It's not that I don't understand them, I'm just bad at remembering Solus as anything other than Emmett, so it's just misremembering it. Yeah, no worries, but... trying to think of a good, like, mnemonic device or something. Solus has the soul of an Ascian? And Varys is very dead? Has a very bad fate? Between Garlean and Imperial. I think the distinction is between Garlean and Imperial. Yeah, well, so the thing is, like, if you can't disconnect the fact that if you're born in Imperial Garlemald, that is going to affect things, right? Or that you, like, the broader culture. The same way, like, I can't disconnect being a born American. But whether I buy into, like, Imperial Garlean ideology matters a lot, right? Whether you follow it, you know, fervently. Whether you're following it, are you a Maxima or are you a, not a Euless. Well, are you a Maxima or are you a Euless? Are you a, are you a Gaius even? You know, Gaius is an interesting, but, Quintus. Very Quintus. It's actually really interesting how much more they have special titles like Viator that don't usually fit in usual 3-letter verse alphabetic hierarchy formula. Yeah. So we're gonna make recipes from the cookbooks and deep fry them, right? Yes, we are. I just got the cookbook for my birthday. Oh, happy late birthday. I look forward to using some of the recipes for it at some point. Yeah, I've been meaning to. Are we the baddies? Literally what happens with the Lemure is the are we the baddies meme. Straight up. Is this the one with hard mode for our bakery? Being so annoyed at Alfino's normal because I wanted to go to see Garlemald, so Badinty took my spot. The pastry is croissants. Croissants? Croissants? Tedious enough. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you guys are all liking the cookbook. How Chinese got a group back. You're not wrong. I must be careful. Perhaps it'd be best to approach from the rear. Okay, its back is turned. Powder away! It worked? It worked! I did it? I did it! Let's move to another Talos, shall we? Curses, it's not alone. Calm yourself, old boy. Everything will be fine. Pocket sand. I mean, Raven, that's how bread goes, right? Bread is hard to make. It's hard to make taste good, and it's even harder to make it look good. That's like a second level after. Did we raffle the minion yet? No! Dude, we can do that. Let's do that at the end. Hey, guys, who wants a minion from one of the art books? This is the perfect patch for it, actually. So, we'll do a raffle at the end of this for everyone who's still around. And we will raffle, for those of you guys who are all those ready viewers, a Dulia Chai minion. So, if you want to be around for that, should be within the next hour or so. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Elio. However, I do ask that if you want to roll for it, the easiest way to get in contact with me will be through Discord, especially through our Discord. So, haha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Oh my god! You're right, Infinite, it is! So it's not only Dulia Chai with a minion, but under her arm is a Chai News. Puppet Master job confirmed. When we get to the end of the stream, we'll just ask people who are in the stream right now to if they want to be put into it, and then we just enter it. We roll it a wall on stream. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it.
Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan is to replenish Yulmor's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, 'tis a plan your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmor.
I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains, I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmor the benefit of your counsel.
I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support.
It would seem Yulmor's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree?
We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you tinkered with Talos and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick. Yep, you got it, Oblivion. Straight on. Be Master 7.0. Puppeteer, Talos confirmed. Scouting armor, main hand is Mammoth Heart.
Right. Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmor.
I was gonna ask how much dexterity they probably have, but they do have like giant articulated hands that are like, normal human hands. So I guess they actually probably could be pretty useful. Thank you, V. Is it any that different?
I mean, less grand.
What's that noise?
I guess. But I feel like that's only comparatively because we see that as a norm, especially in American culture, compared to, and like democratic culture, compared to like a monarchy
Run away,
of
Talos! Call the guard!
The elementals of the Shroud, or, you know, the Thalocracy for yeah. Hey, Yukio, good to see you, glad to have you. How you doing?
Stay back, all of you!
Look at her go! She loves her husband so much.
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
You guys asked for a hug.
I can't.
Oh, oh dear.
Truly, DB. Yep. He used healing magics. He actually used healing magics.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that
the reason we don't have hugs in the game,
I believe I am ready to take office.
The reason we don't have hugs in this game is because that hug was so powerful we don't need it anymore.
Wonderful.
Oh. Oh, so good. Oh, I love it. Even in the midst of like teeth chattering fear, still trying to make the kissing face.
That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. Well, seriously, the arrival of Talos has seized the public attention. Once word is spread around Yulmore, it'll be that much simpler to gather one and all, so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address.
No need to fret, Elio. I have never felt better. Is that blood? Ugh. And not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent.
Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kai Shear, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts?
Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guard know not to bar the way to Valthry's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman of the Crown Lift will show you up. Crack that man like a glow stick. Yeah, indeedy do. Indeedy do. Until they kill all 3 innocents, Yulmore left. Julia Mesa. Left all the town in the zone to rot, hence why everyone there is in Yulmore camping just outside of Yulmore. Wait, lady. Does lady ask a question? It feels different to Sultana, Admiral, etc., but you have a point. It's probably just a North American thing, perhaps. Yeah. Zone to rot, hence why everyone there is either Yulmore or camping just outside Yulmore. It's a valid point. But wasn't Vault 3 Dad also called Mayor? I'm pretty sure he was. Pretty sure Yulmore has had a mayor as long as it's existed. His spine breaks more often than my gear on Savages, and I suck at Savages. We were farming Rubicante a couple days ago, and I was like, why am I losing aggro? And I checked my gear, and like half of it on the right side was broken. I'm like, oh, that would do it.
Ah, yes. Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filing up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, sir.
A way forward.
Go on, dear.
They are, though, Oblivion. They used to be the ones holding the line, and then they switched.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around?
Remember, Ranjit used to be the one fighting the Senators
none of us would ever have seen under Lord 4-3's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town 2. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
For you. It's really telling Kai Shear's the first to clap. Of all the people to be able to hold on Bridge, to be able to hold on to a worse world, to be able to angry at it for all that it had taken from him, instead chooses to find a better way forward. And to cheer it on as it takes its first steps. It's good shit. Yeah, Infinite, yep, that's why we level. It was the same way we did Dark Knight for Prior and all the others. Yeah. Because Ranji, remember, became, like, disillusioned because of the death of the Oracle over and over and over again. China News for President 2024. I'd vote. I really find out that Weaver quest line, those jackets are seen as peak Ishgardian fashion, then you come to Yulmore and everyone is wearing it. I mean, but are they purple? The full moon emissions. Can we find Fishnet Lady? No, I don't think she's here. I really like that speech. Quite like his first proclamation that he's no interest in keeping the post. In stark contrast to how the mayorship seemed to be more like a monarchy before. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Part of what it's needed to move forward. Talos for everybody.
That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance.
Stirred them to action, I hope. If I've learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step.
Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen.
But we must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve the tribute to your heroism to the very stone upon which this city stands.
You know, that doesn't sound so bad.
I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat?
We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We'll return to our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much preferred the view from the parlor.
Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got the time for a word? Oh, this.
Ah, yes. Yes, of course. Hydaelyn. Bet?
Aye, that's me. I like your speech, but there are folk outside their wells that don't even have a food to last till tomorrow, and more who's worried counting than crumbs. If you plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion.
Then we have much to discuss.
No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Elio.
I hope to see you again before long.
Definitely, lady. I definitely have pity for Ranji. Disillusioned because a world that seemed impossible to save finally broke him.
What a day. I don't know what this means exactly, but I do know I've got to plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it's clear to me now that the city is in capable hands.
Well, that's a good shot.
I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours.
Yeah, I totally agree, Oblivion. I really like how Ranji and how he's basically Thancred's mirror to help flesh out both Ranji and Thancred. Yeah, totally agree. He's always, to me, like, the distaste for him is kind of been the same as Xenos for me, where it's like, I hear the people who feel that way. I feel like the story does enough to make them, like, well-crafted and to be, like, useful for the function that they serve within the story. And good characters in general. I know some people have problems with Ranji because he's powerful when you first meet him, but it never bothered me in particular.
So, Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends. Paradise. My paradise is gone, but something's better's taken its place. And I reckon I want to be part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends, I'll find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just making a matter of taking the first step.
I'll say one word. Anamorphous. Yeah, you'd have to imagine the other oracles to be young like Reen if there have been that many. It makes Ranji like the father figure who just lost too much. Yeah. Oh, and also in their depictions on the battlefield that we see in the art, too, or have all them being around Reen's age or younger, so I think that would support that.
Truly, to see a Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Bekelug's studies have been borne fruit in our absence.
You just liked him at first, but now I like him due to watch the stream? Good! Yeah, I mean, like, that's, like, look, far be it from me if, like, yeah, if I make my case and you don't feel swayed by it, but I will make it nonetheless, you know? It's like, there's not a lot of examples in 14 of people that are patently just, like, vacuous or poorly written or like very limited, especially with villains. Like I even think that Stormblood, I think Gaius in 2.0 is probably the weakest. Well, honestly, in some ways Thoradin's actually kind of one of the weaker villains. Because of how little in some ways he gets characterized outside of his motivations just being like, I'm gonna be a fucking god. But like Gaius is, you know, even Gaius in 2.0, as much as we make fun of like discount Darth Vader and stuff, has really interesting points, has really interesting motivations, and has compelling engagement in the world. Even though he's like things are played in 2.0 a little bit more cartoonishly villainous. I mean, Laha Bray is a caricature, sure, but they start to mend that, you know. In retrospect, I appreciate Ranji's character, but I defend my initial distaste for his deployments. It felt like Xenos 2.0 too much for me gameplay-wise. Yeah, I guess like I guess just to me like the idea that a character's a threat to me doesn't just make it a 2.0, right? I feel like that's just one aspect of it. Especially because like it's your rivalry about facing Xenos multiple times, whereas you only really face him once. As like, and you face him once and beat him twice. Once as Thancred and once as the Warrior of Light. But I see what you're saying. Not to be immersive, I think the scripted lost fight we get later on feels a lot more natural. Scripted lost fight. There's only the one we get at the beginning of Shadowbringers, right? There's not. I don't think there's another one I'm missing. Unless maybe I am missing one. Wanted to admonish Minfilia for Oracle Cycle, but after Endwalker I realized what choice did she have. Yeah. V. It's no wonder why Valtteri said, yeah, Sin Eaters are good. Ranji was like, I will defend this with my life. He lost not only his daughters, but so many soldiers. Yeah. Eventually he just gave in. He's like, yeah, look, we're not going to win this fight. Better to just make the best of it. That's all we have. Forced loss is what it means. Forced loss. Yeah, I guess, but the thing is that, like, from a narrative standpoint, if you're going to have, like, that point, I think, works because you're I think that point works because there's a bunch of other things going on around it, right? It's not just you solo, but it's also, like, you're not aware of the full extent of this world and also not aware of his strengths and all the things that he's capable of. As well as having expended it in a bunch of other fighting beforehand. But more than that, it's like, I don't know, like, to me, it's totally fine to do a forced loss every now and then in terms of, like, trying to, like, convey a character's story beat as, like, in trying to make it a mechanically interesting one, rather than just waiting for you to invariably lose or allow you to win and then take it away from you. You know, I'd rather them do it that way. Yeah. I feel better about Xenos Duels fights now, but at the time they annoyed me. Sure, yeah. And look, what I'm saying is to his taste, right? Like, it just doesn't work for you. It just doesn't work, right? Nothing I'm saying is going to convince that is, but if it's experiential. Again, in retrospect, the fitting in the story, it all works. But as a mechanic, I usually just can't stand. Yeah, totally makes sense, Dan. Like, there's nothing, right? Like, there's not a rational argument about whether or not that thing, like, works for you on a fundamental level. And not rational. That sounds like your point's irrational. But just, like, it's not a articulation of, like, whether or not it's good or bad. Xeno Stormblood duels are actually pretty good at showing your growth. Yeah, I think it does a really good job of showing your growth over the course of that story. Basically, you use the same attacks every time, and you get stronger and stronger until you can defeat him. Yeah, I'm a fan, Infinite. Was referencing the Fine Endwalker being vague, it's not spoiling it. Yeah. Feel better about the, yeah, better to hide it. Yeah, for now, we will try to avoid, better to hide. Oh, the scripted loss. Scripted loss in that. Well, we'll talk about that when we get to that point, Oblivion. I just wish the Zeus fights were more, he deals more damage than you can heal until eventually you die instead of just you fight for long enough and suddenly he insta-kills you. I mean, I get that that's like a preferential choice, right? Like, I get that, but like, does it make any difference ultimately? I get for you, it does. Like, clearly for you it does, but like, from a general standpoint, either way you're gonna lose. And the thing what I would say about, why I like the insta-kill thing better about is it's a definitive and clear end. He does something that's very powerful, whereas the other is you could as a player be confused. You're like, I feel like I'm doing everything wrong and I'm still, and like, am I just doing these mechanics wrong? Am I like, it's like, what's going on? Whereas like the insta-kill is just like, you can play it out right and then something, you know, you weren't predicting and ready for, like, goes off. I think it's a clear way to, if you're gonna do that, clear way to do it. Yeah, lady. Yeah, narrative-wise, not really gameplay-wise. Yeah, personally, I was really annoyed getting insta-killed because it felt like I could have won had I continued. Sure, yeah. And when he does the insta-kill, isn't it more like, okay, cool, I see your power, but I'm bored of this, bye-bye kind of deal? I think that fits his character and all. I would agree, too, V. I would agree. Like, I from a gameplay standpoint, Oblivion, I get what you're saying. I really do. And I'm, like, even sympathetic to it in an extent. Like, but since I'm not, you aren't able to win it no matter what, I would rather not have to faff about, right, and overly prolong it. I'd rather, like, the narrative do what it's gonna do, right? But it's just my take, you know, for whatever it's worth. The boy's good, Yukio. He was just up here. Maybe when we do the raffle, I'll bring him back down. He was on right before we woke up.
Welcome back. We're given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Aura site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Aura site was ill-suited for our purposes. But Eorzean, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Eorzean, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter. Were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul, a link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant as Eorzean doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra and the surfeit of aether which comprises them would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well.
Because remember, the like self and mind and that aether is separate from the soul. That's why like a soul can create disposition, but a soul is not the self in and of itself. So your soul is like your starting point that is built off of. But the psyche and yourself, your memories, are a separate thing altogether. So if you can think about it, a body is a triangle. There is an entity is a body, a soul, and their memories and self. So they're memories, basically. Those three things together are what make a person. Without your memories, you are, a tabula rasa, right? Without your soul, you're effectively a lifeless husk. Without your body, your soul can fade away or can become an ashkin or something. Your body could also become an ashkin or something like that. But, so, this is important to understand that the memories are separate from the soul. They can have effect on the soul. They can create grooves into the soul, and that negative space can leave memories behind, kind of like the final days. But memories are a separate thing. That's how you can have both reincarnation and heaven and hell. Well, to be fair, there is no heaven and hell, actually, in 14. There's just the ethereal sea, but yes.
It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Eorzean instead, but we would be more than likely to sacrifice your souls in the process.
So, when they say minds, what they effectively mean is memories. So, what they're saying is, as it is right now, you could channel the soul into there, but then you would lose the memories. Or you could channel the memories in there, but then you'd lose the soul. Remember that. It's very important for a certain scene in 5.3.
Which is why we have abandoned the plan, instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Elio, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Allegan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were able to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, repeat not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. Sorry, just 1 second. I just want to review that real quick. Yeah, just the transference of the Allegan Eye. Like unto a soul crystal. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. Because that's what a soul crystal can do. It can hold on, it can harness the power of souls and memory. Because like the facets of that and like the knowledge of a soul crystal is memories of other people, and that's why you can shorthand abilities. So like the memories of others you are able to access and then use in order to be able to use techniques.
While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Elio return to the source and inform Kryle and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. That I would beg leave to relay our findings onto Thancred and Reem, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you?
Groove is in the heart. Oh, down for the cow debuff is basically you did well. How now enjoy the cutscene. Don't forget, we've got a raffle for a minion at the end of the stream. I really should make it a habit of actually announcing those as like a community post ahead of time and get people interested in it. But you know what? I'll put it. This is for you guys who are the regs, you guys who are hang out regardless. You didn't know you were getting potential to get a treat, but now you do. You like what we do? Consider showing us your support and sign up for our Patreon, www.patreon.com/Eorzean Thank you, Ray Ray. How do we join the raffle? We'll be at the end. Sorry, I should have reminded you earlier. No, that's... Thank you for reminding me at all, V.
Elio, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryla will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She'll just be, she's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. God, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here.
Who's ready for some cutscenes? Oh, thanks, Infinite.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
I love the idea that we just nod as our answer, and that's it. We don't even say anything else.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Eorzean's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Exactly, Raven.
Oh, you're back.
The boy? The boy? The boy!
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
Just two Elzins chilling in a
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razad Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
I love they show Kryl also have the Echo Vision. Xenos! I've seen him in action.
His body at least. You'll not best him alone. Nay, death will not come as easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it will do. For what good it will do.
The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then.
Doing the classic Dragoon move, straight into the dive. Fucking grabbed Nidhogg by the shaft. Well, actually, that was the blade, but grabbed Nidhogg by the tip. Fucking teamwork. That is some anime-ass teamwork, and I love it.
Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home.
Abomination! Whatever he is, Elio was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer.
Emperor Vars! Your Radiance! Are you alright?
We may wear out our welcome.
Your Radiance! No!
Ah, must even the most middling of sports be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you.
Xenos! Well, any bright ideas?
Just one.
Ah!
Your Radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Malagitech armor. We cannot let them escape. How come Castinian can do Limit Break 3? Well, why wouldn't he be able to? Alert! Alert! Intruders detected in the Imperial Way. All available units converge.
It seems as though there's no turning back.
Let's force our way through. The Black Wolf is among the intruders. Deploy Magitech armor. There they are! Stop them!
Let's keep moving. Ugh, is there no end to them?
You won't escape, Gaius Balsar! You will pay for your crimes, traitor!
I was wondering when the Imperial Guard would appear. Focus on the Magitech armor first. Anya, on my mark. I think not.
Damn it.
This way, quickly. We make ourselves even mark by moving together. I suggest we split up. All right then. I'll take the low road, so to speak.
Oh, hey, this is where Xenos is the thing with the scythe.
I'll see you outside. Stay safe.
I know this room. It's where he gets his new weapon. At least it's not the kill me alarm. Heal me is better. And with what's coming up next, kill me might be more appropriate.
Well, well, someone's been busy.
Oh, look, it's the setup for Whirl It. Body horror! And Aurosite experiments. Nightmares created. Volatile prototype. Arch Ultima.
And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. Ah!
This is the prototype for the weapons. Basically.
It seems we've been afforded an impromptu field test. Ready all metadata and begin test sequence 2.0.
Initiating synthetic Aurosite systems. Aurosite systems online.
We haven't much time. I said ready the battle data, damn you. Now loading data sample 14. It's not working! Ready another sample. The one taken from Castrum Abina.
Now loading data sample 12. th Legion data sample. 14th Legion data sample. Makes sense.
Increase generator output to maximum. Activate the Magitech field full power. It works! It works! Arch Ultima is unstoppable!
Unstoppable. We shall see about that. Nidhogg, show them your fury!
Taste my lance.
And back to Echo Vision.
Guardians and their machina. Now where are you, Gaius?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the archons still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
He has a hard time being a part of anything.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go
on. His spear is called Gaebolg. Nidhogg is the soul within him, because when he was combined with a Nidhogg, he like an etheric echo of what Nidhogg was touched him and permanently impacted him and changed him. So that's what he's calling to within himself and his soul. His spear is Gaebolg, though. And baggage, bittersweet, yeah. I love it. Sinian, he's like, nah, I'm gonna try to leave now. I'm just inclined to acquiesce to your request. I love Grumpy and Sinian. Yeah, oh crap. Yeah, sorry, that was partly my bad, lady. We've been navigating prior spoilers in the past because we've had to be more careful, but now that we have a lot more past, we're in Shadowbringers, it's becoming a little bit more okay, because usually we had to be much more careful about what came forward. Bullet the dragon, yeah, gravel up, yeah. The lone wolf and his baggage.
Oh, you must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Becklug can manage without you. They've got some scions to help them, if you ask me.
Don't you know? Tataru's don't you knows. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Traitors! You would dare defy the will of Lord Volthry! Ah! And this is the fall. Garlemald's fall begins. Onward! Before the day is done, victory shall be ours. It's the First Legion versus the Third Legion. The first who's loyal to Varys in the line of succession, and then the third who are part of, I'll remember his name. Give me a bit. Oh no. It begins.
Boring, boring, boring. Did you think I find it amusing? Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse.
This is gotta be fun to voice, isn't it?
That you, your soul, who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master, a hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well that you the prey you would seek next. Zodiac.
Nerva. Nerva's who. Yeah, Nerva. You guys got it. Yeah, Quintus. No, Nerva.
Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the first.
Oh, thanks, Sarah. I've been looking forward to that one. And saying lines like,
Medion.
Did you hear that? The mayor's reopening Dayla's stoneworks and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talos? We'd best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. That's not a recipe for hope. I don't know what is.
Ardbert?
Hope. Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see the feeble flame rekindled.
Did I read as Lord Vothry instead of in the text with Lord Nerva? Thanks, Tim.
It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled.
Was it Lord Nerva or was it Lord... Yeah, no, it would have been. It definitely would have been Lord Nerva. That makes sense. I was going to say if it was Varys. Here, we can pull back the NPC dialogue. Yeah, traitors, you would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne. Yeah. I just must have AFK'd brained. I was so angry at this face. What's a mysterious robed figure in white? Look at those robes. Please take a rest, for Warrior of Light will always sound like be ready for even more work tomorrow. Who am I kidding? It's work IRL absolutely the same way. Yeah. Nerva, yeah, Lord Nerva. But that's one of the main references you'll get towards Nerva. There are other references as well, because Nerva was responsible for, in some ways, the prior revolt of succession. Okay, that's it. Oh my god, 7:15. Okay, well let's go ahead and roll the raffle. If you would like to join the raffle, I need you to do not everyone can do. Say JOIN, join, and I will put your name in the raffle wheel. We are raffling out a minion for Chai, for the newses. Okay, raffle wheel online. Okie dokie dokie doke, dokie 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 doke. Please only say it once too to make my life easy. Okay, let's make sure we didn't get any new ones. Okay, Kane's final call. Final call if you have interest in being put in the raffle for a minion. You got 60 seconds. Okay. First, I gotta open it. Did you guys know that this was an unboxing stream all along? I use my teeth for a lot of things. They're useful tools. Oh, that's pretty. Look at that. Oh, okay, of course the first thing I freaking opened to... Where's Demins when you need him? This is the first thing I opened to. Oh man, that's some quality. Oh, that's some good art. Okay. Okay. And here is the code. I wish there was more artist commentary. Yeah, like in the Heavens Word. I know, Mango. That's like my big thing too. Is I wish there was more. Final call for the rolling on it. For if you need the if you want the Julia Chai minion. Otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna roll it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that, but that's fine. We'll run with it. Let's. It's no one! It goes to me! Where even is... Why are they... Okay, that's fine. And again! Yes, the color green. The concept of the color green one. And now red one? There we go. And... Raven won! Yeah, definitely just building suspense. Okay, Raven, I will make sure to send you the item code. Good job, Raven. Well, you said join! You said join! Oh no, you did this thing. Oh, okay. Whoops. Nope, you did not say the joined. I'm just an idiot. Okay, Raven. I'll send you that your way because you're already on the Discord. Speaking of which, though, we're gonna wrap this up here now. V or Ray, if one of you could send you things out. But yeah, let me turn off. Okay, that's good. Oh, hey, it's Nuckle High. Speaking of, hey, friendly reminder, if you have not gone and talked to this boy in a while, I would go talk to him. And for some of you, based on the content that you've done, he may not be in this room, so just remember that. But yes, thanks for streaming. Yeah, always. Little Bluebird told me we can find on Twitter. Yeah, check out it. Ray loves posting funny things that she finds around the world, the ancillary dialogue of all the NPCs. If you want to join our community and have fun and do a good time, I'm just an idiot. Thanks, Tam. Yeah, make sure to come join our Discord where you can come hang out with us. We do content together. We also talk about lore and Final Fantasy XIV in general, and sometimes just help cheer each other up when we're having hard days. Well, wait, it shows him? Yes, yeah. Want to see Scandal Archive archives? Well, we don't have those yet, but sign up for our Patreon anyways at www.patreon.com/Eorzean Yeah, recently talked to him. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Well, if no one has any final questions, I shall go ahead and head out. I have food to get. Apparently, my partner just offered me to go get sushi with me. And fuck yes! I hope you all have a wonderful night. Don't forget, we're no video tomorrow because the video is going to go on Saturday because we're going to do our yearly April Fool's video. I hope you guys enjoy this one. It'll be... Last year's was Gobby themed. And this year's is Gobby themed. And maybe they'll just always be Gobby themed. But either way, I hope you enjoy. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Oh, don't forget, Thursday, me and Aniri streaming FF3. We're continuing on with that. It's a lot of fun. It's a little earlier in the day, so. But, yeah. Cheers, everybody.